So for everyone who just joined into the hot shop, I just want to give a little overview. And can I have my mic turned up a little bit, please? It's a little bit quiet. Actually, wait. I think I'll have to wait on the mic volume, but I just want to give you all an introduction. I have closed captioning up on the screen. I know it can be kind of hard to hear me sometimes. But today we actually do have a visiting artist, and his name is Clifford Rainey. And that's the man up in the front here with the white shirt. And this is the third day of his residency. He started on Wednesday, and I think he's going to go all the way through Sunday, so he has a lot of opportunities to create a large variety of artwork. And so far, it seems like we've stuck with a pretty similar pattern of making these large bowls. And just to point out this drawing over here, this is an example of one of the projects that they might be working on, where we will actually be incorporating this skull right here on the front pedestal. But it's just going to be sitting on top of this large bowl. And the way that we're making these bowls today is a little bit different than what you might usually see in the hot shop. Instead of blowing the form at the center bench, kind of freehand, we are going to be blowing this bubble into a mold on the right of the hot shop. And this mold is actually a sand mold specifically. So they've formed this sand into a bowl shape. They've placed these little shards of glass inside of it to give us some extra texture on the outside of the bowl. And that'll be much more apparent later on when we actually blow the bubble into that mold. But it's a pretty impressive process, and you guys came in on a really good day. So at the center bench, we have the pretty much beginning of our project. We've already gathered a couple of layers of clear, and we also have a color on this bubble already, which you can tell, I'm sure. But this is actually a semi-transparent gray, or just a transparent gray in general. Right now it might not look very gray, but that's just because of how hot the glass is. But as soon as it starts cooling down more and more, you should be able to see that true color even better. And we will be gathering more clear over top of this. That's why we're kind of just sitting and letting it rest at the center bench. We're letting it cool down in preparation for getting that next layer of clear. And this is our glass furnace. This is where we get all of our clear molten glass for our projects. And you could imagine it as just this giant pool of molten glass inside of this tank. So when we go into here, it's kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, except of course it's 2,100 Fahrenheit glass. And that is why the glass is glowing this bright orange color. It's just because of how hot it is, like lava. And right after gathering layers of clear, you'll see us go in with this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is a block. This is going to kind of smooth and even out this fresh layer of clear. You'll see us use it pretty much after every layer of clear we gather. So as soon as this is smoothed and rounded back out, we should be able to start blowing into the bubble a little bit more. And this pad that we'll be using on and off throughout the day, this is actually just some folded up newspaper. You saw them splash some water onto it as well. This is just going to make the paper burn a little bit slower. But yeah, that's as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glasses with the newspapers. So when we finish our pieces, we're going to have to put them away inside of these large black boxes on our far walls of the hot shop. And these are called annealers. This is just going to really slowly cool that glass down from the temperature of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. That process usually takes overnight. And I will say these ones in the front are actually pretty much the same thing, except we're loading these ones from the top instead of the side. And over on the right of the hot shop, they have been preheating that mold using a fluffy flame just before Ben comes over with the bubble and stuff sat inside of the mold. And it looks like they are once again sprinkling some powdered glass right over top. And this is basically just the texture of sand that they're sprinkling on top of the bubble. This is going to give us a texture across the surface of the glass. And right after applying that, we will place these metal doors over top of the bubble, and force will be applied down on top of the bubble as they continue to blow the bubble out inside of the mold. This is just making sure that it's going to fully press into the sides of the mold and really take on the shape of what they want instead of just blowing out the top. And after coming out of the mold, this leaves a lot of sand stuck to the glass bubble itself. So they'll go in with a couple of steel wire brushes and brush off a lot of excess sand before they move on. And doing this, you can start to see the pattern of what they picked up from inside of the mold, which are all these little shards of colored glass that are stuck to the bubble now. And this is just going to give us a physical and visual texture on the outside of the bubble. We're going to physically have these spikes of colored glass. And as you could tell, this has kind of destroyed the mold that we blew the bubble into, but because this is a sand mold, all they would have to do is take out those shards of colored glass and reform the sand into whatever shape they want, basically just reusing that sand over and over again. And this is the same mold and technique that they've been using the past 2 days to create many other different shapes and sizes of bowls. And right after coming out of the mold, you notice we went into the furnace. We're just making sure that the glass isn't dropping below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In this case, we also have all these shards of colored glass sticking to the outside of the bubble. We want to make sure that those are permanently stuck into the glass bubble itself. We don't want them to fall off like those ones over there were. Now, the only spot they need to keep clear is the very bottom of this bubble. This is where they're going to be attaching a second pipe later on to be able to completely break this bubble off of the pipe that it's on right now. And of course, just in case you guys didn't know, if you have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. That applies to the entire audience. So this small flame that we're using, you'll see us use later on as well, but this is the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told. We will use this to heat up really small sections of glass at a time, but very quickly, and this allows finer details in our glass art, or in this case, we were just trying to create a smoother spot on the very bottom of our bowl. And this is just a wooden paddle that we're using to flatten the bottom a little bit. And usually while they're working on the project at the center bench, they will also be kind of getting ready for the next project over on the right of the hot shop, just getting those sand molds ready for the next form. There are two of them, so they frequently switch them off. And over on the left bench, if you're wondering what's going on over there, Gabe is just preparing a solid pipe with a solid clear attachment on the end. And this is what is eventually going to be placed onto the very bottom of this bubble that we have here. And this is going to allow us to break that bubble away from the pipe that it's on right now, which I mentioned earlier. So now they've just brought that second pipe over and attached this right to the center at the bottom of the piece. And once this connection is secure, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to this divot that we have near our first pipe. This is going to crack and break this connecting area, and then they tap the pipe, and that is it. That breaks this piece cleanly off. And as you can see, this is basically flipped the orientation of the piece, and now we have access to the complete opposite side. And this is where we have an opening into the top of our bowl. So from here, we can start to heat up the opening and flare this open. And this piece has just been broken off of its original pipe, so this area is a little bit cold. This heating up process takes just a little bit of time. And once again, we are just going to be heating up the front half of the piece. We don't need to alter the bottom any more than it already is. And while they are heating this up, since I have a little bit of time, could I have some of Clifford's artwork up on the screen, please? So just to show off some sketches of Clifford's goals for this residency, as well as some artwork that he's previously created. Up on the screen, there will be a slideshow going of those things that I just mentioned. And he is a multimedia sculptor. You will see a lot of glass art up on the screen, but you'll see some other materials as well. And he has about 50 years of experience as this mixed media sculpting artist. And our visiting artist is actually a traveler. A lot of his work will reference things that he has seen and experienced in those travels. And if anyone has any further questions for our visiting artist, feel free to grab my attention as well, and I can just ask him for you. And after heating up the front of this piece, you'll usually see the artist trim off some excess glass from around the opening. So this area right here is where we've broken it off from its previous pipe, as you may remember. This connecting point is usually a little bit thicker, so we end up getting rid of some of that excess glass. And once again, this glass is supposed to be a gray color. Right now it's really hard to tell just because of how hot the glass is. I just wanted to reiterate that for anyone that recently joined. Once this glass starts to cool down a little bit, we may see more of that true color of the gray. And to further open this bowl up, we're using a pair of pachofis, which are these two wooden blades. And the reason for having these wooden blades is this is going to be pretty gentle on the inside of the glass piece instead of using a metal blade, which could gouge, scrape, kind of leave marks behind. So frequently you'll see them use the pachofis when making bowls, especially because we are applying a little bit of pressure on the inside of the bowl with those blades. And next you're going to see something that you don't often see in the hot shop. We're going back in with this super hot focused flame, and we're going to be drilling a hole into the side of this bowl using just a literal drill and a tungsten bit. And this hole is going to be widened further later on, eventually wide enough to fit one of these branches inside of it that you see on this front table right here. So yes, we're just starting with this really small opening, but it is going to be further opened up. So now to start widening this opening, they're just going to continue heating around this general area, and they're going to go in with a pair of tweezers and just slowly go in and widen this up. And I believe this is just one opening that we'll have in the side of the bowl. Sometimes we'll have two, but the point is to just fit one of these branches in, once again, that you see on this front table right here. And these are made out of brass. They were molded from real branches, though. And eventually they will be painted black to look as if they're burnt wood. So just a little extra visual detail. And now to get the bowl finished off, we're going to heat up just a section of the lip. So right now we're using that small focus flame again to just heat up the lip, maybe about a third of the way around. And this is where the branch is going to be resting on the edge of the bowl. So they're going to literally insert that branch in the hot shop and push it into the lip of the bowl. And this is going to leave an imprint of where the branch is going to rest. And we're not going to leave that branch in the glass. It's not going to be physically attached to each other, but later on we will be resting that branch inside just to display the bowl. So now after heating this glass up one more time, that branch is inserted, and you can see they are physically pushing the branch into the lip of the bowl. And this has left an imprint exactly where the branch is going to be resting later on. And they're going to simply leave it like this. The shape is perfect for them. They'll be able to get ready to break this piece off and put it away. So to break this piece off, just like earlier, we're going to apply a little bit of water to that connecting point right at the end of the pipe. This is causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in this small area. And then they tap the pipe, and that is it. That breaks that piece cleanly off. They torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends before putting this piece away in our annealer, which, if you haven't seen it already, is this large black box over on the far wall. And this is going to very slowly cool this piece down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And I just want to point out specifically, this is starting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to sit at this temperature all day until we fill it up or we're done, and then we press of a button, it will slowly cool down. And we will get started on that next project very shortly, usually starting over on that left bench. This is all starting with a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe, and then we apply our color. And I want to talk about the color for just a brief second. So the colors themselves are coming in a bar form that we just call color bar. And this is just solid colored glass through and through. We will take a section of it and melt it down and then use it for our projects. And the different colors come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. So just as an example, I'm sure some of you guys have heard of cobalt blue. So literally taking a form of cobalt, mixing it into glass to get that rich blue color. And we do not mix the colors ourselves. We get it shipped in that bar form, so that is as much of an explanation as I can give. But if anyone has any further questions about the glass process, or once again about the visiting artist, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So once again, over on the right of the hot shop, this is where we are creating the sand molds that we're using to create these bowls in general, actually. So we will create a bubble of colored glass and then blow that bubble into a sand mold over on the right side of the hot shop. Yes, so just to give a little overview of the hot shop, just in case anyone is new in here. First off, this is our glass furnace in the back with the closed door. We do have two of them, one on the left, one on the right of the hot shop. And these stay at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They're the large tanks with the closed doors specifically, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. You'll see each time we go in, we're just gathering a new layer over top of what we already have. In this case, this is our very first layer of clear. This is the very beginning of our project. And then, of course, our other furnaces that we have on right now with the open faces, these are for reheating only. There's no glass inside of these, unlike the glass furnace. And they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer for reheating the glass quickly. And I want to point out, up on the screen or over on the left bench, Gabe is working with a small piece of that color bar, which I was talking about earlier. It's just this solid colored glass. And then we, of course, have the bubble being made that this color is going to be dropped on top of down at the center. And up on the screen over on that left bench, you just saw them drop a little bit of that molten color on top of the bubble. And they're now going to start working on rolling that back to completely cover up the clear. And this creates a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So when you go through the galleries and you see a piece that's entirely this bright cherry red or entirely a transparent green, just as a couple of examples, that is how we got this color most likely, is by color overlay. And once again, over on this right side of the hot shop, this is the sand molds that they're working with over here. And they are just currently leveling out the sand. Eventually, they will create the shape of a bowl in the sand, and this is going to act as a mold for all of our pieces that we're making today. And this is something that you often see for casting, I think, is the sand mold. You would usually pour molten material of some kind, like metal or glass. But this time we're actually blowing a bubble into this mold, so it will be just a little bit of a different process, but basically that same idea. And for anyone that's joined it relatively recently, I just want to mention again what we have going on today in general. So once again, today we do have a visiting artist, and his name is Clifford Rainey. And he was here starting on Wednesday. This is the third day of his residency. This will go all the way through Sunday. And so far, we have been using these sand molds to create a variety of different sized bowls. They're all a little bit different from each other, but the idea so far has been to fit these branches inside of the bowls. And some of you saw that piece that we finished just recently, but basically they are creating a hole in the side of the bowl. The lower half of the branch is going to sit inside of that hole. And then the second half of the branch is just going to kind of rest on the lip or the opening of the bowl. And I think I do have one drawing that is pretty similar to what I'm talking about. It used to be on a board, but now it's just by itself. But this is created by the artist himself. Just gives you an idea of what the final project might look like. Oh, and up on the screen we have a great view of this drawing that I just held up. So once again, this is the exact idea that we're working on right now. It even includes these little shards of colored glass that will be sticking to the outside of the bowl. And now that that color has been completely rolled back to cover up our clear bubble, we are gathering our first layer of clear over top of that. So for those who just joined, we just went over the process of applying color to our bubble, which is all starting from a solid piece of colored glass called color bar. And we'll melt this section down and then use it to create a smooth layer of color across the entire piece. So whenever you see a piece that has just one solid color across the entire piece overall, this is usually how they get that, is through this color bar, melting it down, dropping it on the bubble, and then spreading it, completely covering the bubble up. And now we're just basically building up some mass for the piece, so we're going to continuously gather more and more layers of clear over top of what we already have. And in between each layer, you'll see them blow the bubble a little bit, as well as use this wooden spoon-shaped tool they just used, which is called the block. This is basically just smoothing and rounding this bubble back out, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass. We do already have a small bubble. And once again, just to point out, over on the right side of the hot shop, we're working with some sand inside of these large wooden crates. And these are basically just sand molds. Usually you would use a sand mold for casting, like pouring a metal or pouring molten glass inside. But this time we're going to be blowing this glass bubble inside of this sand mold, which is going to give us pretty much that same shape, but it's going to be a hollow form instead of a solid form. So just like our last layer of clear, we always let this previous layer cool down. So we're just sitting and resting this glass at the bench, letting the air cool it down before we gather our next layer of clear. And this mold that we're using this time, it looks a little bit bigger than our last one. So based off of that, we will probably be gathering more layers of clear than our last piece. And since we have a little bit of time right now, could I have some of Clifford's artwork up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So once again, for anyone that hasn't seen this slideshow already, up on the screen, we have a slideshow going over our visiting artist artwork, who is once again Clifford Rainey. And that's the man in the white shirt working with the sand mold over on the right of the hot shop. And once again, he's a multimedia sculptor. He's had about 50 years of experience working in that field of art. And up on the screen with this slideshow, you'll see a lot of forms that include glass, but as well as other materials, kind of bringing in that multimedia. And he is a traveler, so he says his work references things that he has seen and experienced as he has traveled throughout the world. Yeah, as we start getting larger amounts of glass on the end of our pipe, sometimes you'll see the artist using this pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into to make sure that we can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And you can see we have a pretty large amount of glass, especially compared to our last piece. And once again, just like all of the previous times, we're going to go ahead and smooth this layer of glass out using our block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool at the center bench. And these two metal blades here, these are a pair of jacks. And this is specifically going to be creating a jack line when they kind of cinch down near the pipe here. This is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on. This is a really important step in our process. And this pad, if you guys haven't seen it already, this is actually just some folded up newspaper. And this has most likely already been splashed or soaked with water before them using it. But this is going to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out. And this is as close as you'll see them get to using their hands to shape the glass. And from here, we are going to let this glass cool down a little bit, but we're going to gather one more layer of clear over top of this bubble. And then eventually, after smoothing that fresh layer of clear out, this is the last layer of clear, by the way, that we need. This is going to be stuffed into that sand mold that you guys have been seeing them prepare over on the right side of the hot shop. And once again, this piece is going to involve these large branches that our artist has brought in as well. And these are made out of brass, I believe. He actually took branches from, I think, the area he lives in, and he casted them into sand, much like we're doing today. And he casted them with brass. And we're going to be setting this inside of the bowl. And do we actually have an image that shows that off a little bit? The image of the bowl with the branch inside of it. And on top of that, this bowl is going to have shards of colored glass sticking out from it as well. That's something that they were preparing inside of the sand mold on top of everything else that they're already doing. And sorry, it looks like I'll have to show off that image a little bit later. Oh, perfect. So up on the screen, I just want to point this out real quick. If you haven't seen the sketch already, this is pretty much exactly what we're creating right now. So once again, this bubble is going to be brought over to this mold on the right of the hot shop. And we are going to blow this bubble into that mold. It's going to pick up all of these shards of color that are already inside of there. Eventually, after blowing this bubble out and turning it into a bowl, we'll start getting ready to create the branch design inside of it. I'll be able to talk about that just a little bit more later on. And just once again, if anyone has any questions throughout the process, whether it's for or about the visiting artists or about the glass process, feel free to just grab my attention. So once again, we're gathering one more layer of clear over top of this bubble, going into our clear glass furnace. And for anyone that's recently joined, once again, this furnace holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's super hot, probably over 4 times the heat of your oven at home. And right after gathering this layer of clear, you can see the bubble is physically bigger. We actually have more mass on the piece. It's heavier. And we are using this flame over on the right side of the hot shop to kind of preheat this mold. We're just lightly using it. And this is going to make sure that the small granules of sand are going to connect to the surface of the glass bubble when we stuff that glass bubble inside of the mold. And I believe this piece, like the last one, is going to be a transparent gray, just to point that out. Right now, the glass looks as if it's orange or red, just because of how hot the glass is, kind of like lava. I like to compare it to lava because it's glowing from how hot it is. It's radiating light and heat. So when we are rolling the bubble inside of this wooden spoon-shaped mold, this is smoothing and rounding the bubble back out. So now we have a smoother and rounder shape. And eventually we are going to blow the bubble a little bit bigger by blowing into the end of the tube, kind of like blowing into a giant straw. And that air is going to pass through and blow the glass out like a balloon. So it's a long process, but this is going to turn into a bowl. And these are kind of good examples. These are plaster bowls up on this front table right here. This is a good physical example. But just to show off the exact drawing of what we're making right now, this is what we're working on. So once again, to make this bubble bigger, we're blowing into the end of the pipe like Gabe is doing right now. And this is allowing air to pass through the pipe and into the glass. And these torches are the same temperature as the furnace, but the torches are used to heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece of glass inside of the furnace. And after shaping that bubble and heating it up a little bit, looks like next we're going to heat up the entire thing overall and then bring it over to our sand mold, which once again, I just want to point out, we were working with some sand earlier inside of these wooden boxes, and we shaped it into a bowl shape already. So next we're going to bring this bubble over and stuff it inside of the mold and blow, and this is going to push into the sand and create the shape of a bowl. And while we're stuffing that bubble into the mold, we're also sprinkling some sand onto the surface of the bubble, which you can see a really good view of this on the screen. And this white sand is going to give us a texture as well as a little bit of a color on the surface of the glass, making the glass seem a little bit older or kind of aged. And this metal door that's placed on top, this is just pushing the glass down. So when we're blowing, this is pushing into the sand instead of pushing out of the opening that we were putting the bubble into. And next we're coming out of the mold. You can see that there's a lot of leftover sand stuck to the surface of the bubble. So we're going in with steel wire brushes and we're brushing the sand off of the surface of the glass. And this is going to get rid of some of the sand, but we obviously will still have that sand texture on the surface of the glass. Once again, just kind of giving us that aged appearance. And now we have the shape of our bowl. This is going to be heated up again just to make sure that those shards of glass fully stick to the side of the bubble. And I also want to point out, this has basically destroyed the shape of that mold, but because this is a sand mold, we can just reform that sand over and over again into pretty much whatever shape we want. And so this is going to be formed a little bit later on into something that we'll use. So the only spot we need to keep clear for this bubble is the very bottom of the bubble. This is where we're going to be attaching a second pipe to the very bottom, and this is going to allow us to break this entire piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. So while they're keeping this glass warm at the center bench, over on the left bench, Gabe is preparing a second pipe, which I briefly mentioned earlier. This is just a solid pipe. It does not have a hole in the center like the one we used at the center bench. And we also have a clear attachment of glass on the end of that pipe. This is going to be attached to the bottom of our bubble here. So on the hot shop floor, we do have our visiting artists as well as a couple of his assistants over on the right of the hot shop. But the remainder of the people we have here, these are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. And they are here pretty much every day that the museum is open. They work here full time as glass artists, making things for the museum store or helping visiting artists like they are today. And so usually you will see these guys here no matter what, but we do sometimes have extra people on the floor in the form of visiting artists. Yeah, so we've just attached a second pipe onto the bottom of the piece. And this is our new connection. We're actually going to break this bubble, this entire piece, away from the pipe that it was previously on, or the pipe that it was created on. And to break this off, it's actually pretty easy. All they do is they apply a little bit of water, and this water is going to crack and break small section of the glass. And then they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece off. So once again, to break this piece off, we're going in with a little bit of water, just at this connection point, and then we tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So right now we're just heating up the front of the piece right around where we broke it off. And this is where we have an opening into the top of our bowl. So we're going to be able to start opening it up even more and flaring out the sides or widening the opening to create a shape kind of like these. And I want to point out, once again, over on the right of the hot shop, we are reusing this sand. They're going to put it back into that wooden box and form it into our next mold. Just reusing that sand over and over again. So now we've completely heated up the front half of the piece until it's glowing hot. And it looks like the artists are letting it cool down just a little bit, might have gotten it too hot. And going on the outside of the piece with the newspapers, that's all this pad is in Ben's hand. And usually you'll see them trim off some excess glass around the opening of the piece. This is getting rid of some thick glass that remains from where we broke the piece off of its original pipe. And this is already opening up this bowl quite a bit. From here, they probably don't have to flare it out very much more. And since we have quite a few new people in here, could I have Clifford's slideshow up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So for anyone that didn't know already, once again, we have a visiting artist today. His name is Clifford Rainey, and his artwork is on the screen in the form of a slideshow. This shows off some of his previously made artwork, as well as, I believe, one sketch of what we're currently working on. And he's a multimedia sculptor. He has about 50 years of experience as a multimedia sculptor. A lot of it does include glass. And just to point him out to you all, if I didn't already, is the man in the white shirt closer to the right side of the hot shop. And a lot of his artwork references things that he has seen and experienced during his travels. He likes to travel around the world. And his work has been exhibited internationally. And next, Ben is going in with a drill. Has a tungsten bit inside of it. And this is going to both melt and drill a hole into the side of our bowl. This is going to be widened further until it's wide enough to fit one of these branches into the opening at the side of the bowl. And the remainder of the branch is going to simply rest on the lip or the opening of the piece. And once again, I think the best way to show this off is by this drawing that our visiting artist has created of this piece. Basically, we have created a variety of sizes of this specific bowl, but once again, we have these shards of glass color at the base of the bowl, and we're going to have that branch resting inside of it. Now to widen this opening, we're just going in with that same handheld torch. And we're heating up around the hole. And Ben will go in with a pair of tweezers and just go in with the very tips and then open those tweezers up over and over again until it's wide enough. And these paddles are just being used to press on the outside of the bowl. Earlier they were using them to try and smooth the outside out just a little bit. We do have this sort of lip going on. But the artist is saying that these pieces he wants to look a little bit more natural, maybe a little bit older, and that's why we have this texture of the sand on the outside as well as these more natural shapes. And it looks like they're satisfied with the overall shape of the bowl. So next they're going to start heating up just a section of the lip, and this is where they're going to be resting the branch on the lip of the bowl itself. And they're heating it because they're going to actually physically press that branch into the side of the bowl. And of course, it's important that we're using this small handheld torch. This is just going to heat up a section of the glass at a time. And of course, every time we're going into the furnace, this is to make sure the entire piece is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is actually relatively cold for glass, and it is going to be pretty much solid at that point. But we just want to alter the lip of the piece and nothing else, so we are using this small torch. And now they've brought that branch over. You can see they insert it into that hole and then they physically press it into the lip on the opposite side where they were heating it up. And this has left an imprint of where the branch is going to be resting on the side of the bowl. So from here, that should be all of the shaping that they want to do. Sometimes they'll go in and deepen these divots just a little bit more, but overall this is the final shape of the piece. So in preparation for breaking this piece off, they're going to be torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And then just like earlier, they're going to apply a little bit of water where they want it to break off. This is going to crack this small section of glass. And then they tap the pipe and that's it. That breaks that piece cleanly off. You can always tell when we're getting ready to break something off as well when you see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow the artist to physically pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. So now to break this off, Ben is applying a little bit of water with a pair of tweezers just at the end of the pipe. And then all they do is tap the pipe. They'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain. And this piece is going to be placed inside of the annealer, this large black box over on the left wall, which will slowly cool this glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. But that was a successful piece. And let's give them a little round of applause for finishing that blown piece. Thank you. So if you guys missed the beginning of the process, we are going to continue to make these blown pieces. We'll start over on the left bench with our color application process. And today we're going with the color overlay, which gives us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And once again, that last piece we made was a gray color, like a transparent gray across the surface of the glass. And then of course we have the sand texture, which is going to change the overall appearance. And then the shards of color that are attached to the bottom of the piece, these are red and black shards of colored glass. So because we have a visiting artist today, if the picture was to be posted, it would probably be posted with his social media or his website. And if you are interested, I could ask for those, but you could probably search up his name, Clifford Rainey, and it might pop up with his website. And once again, over on the right side of the hot shop, this is where we're preparing those sand molds. If you haven't seen that process already, they are packing down the sand into these large wooden boxes, and they are literally using these metal bowls to create the shape of the mold. And they are just taking a few second breather, probably to get some water and rest their muscles. That piece was pretty heavy, especially compared to what they might usually make. So if anyone has any questions, this is a really good time for them. And it looks like we're getting started over on that left bench again. So this is all going to start with our piece of color bar, which is just a solid piece of colored glass. And based off the last pieces, we may continue working with that transparent gray. So on the end of this pipe, Gabe has a piece of that color bar, and the goal is to melt this down until it's pretty much completely molten. And this is going to be dropped onto a small clear bubble. And then of course, after we drop it down onto that clear bubble, this is spread to completely cover up that clear. And this creates a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And I always like to bring up, so if you guys see a piece in the galleries that is one entire color across the entire piece, whether it's transparent or opaque / solid, this is the technique that they use to get that color. And Sarah has created a small clear bubble. And this is going to be left pretty small. They'll just drop this color on top. Later on, we'll expand that bubble more and more as we get more glass, but this is all we need for now. And it looks like for this mold, we have that same design where we have those shards of red and black glass that will be sticking to the outside of the bowl. But this time it's going to be a much smaller bowl. That one that we made previously was a pretty large piece. Just in case anyone's curious, I've had a few questions throughout the day about the skulls on this front pedestal here. So eventually they will be creating bowls that are large enough to fit these on top of them, with the skull kind of resting on the rim of the glass. And the way that they're going to create the imprint, kind of like they were doing with the branches, but we don't want to touch the bone to the hot glass. So I believe we'll be using these sort of wooden cutouts that are pretty much that same size and shape. And over on that left bench, we've just completely molten that color. And this has been dropped down on top of that clear bubble. And you can see we use a really small amount of color. This is because colored glass is actually kind of expensive, so they do try to use as little as possible. This is all they need. It's a really concentrated color. They'll heat this up and then start rolling it on the metal table called the marver right in front of the furnace. And this is going to push that color back until it completely covers up the clear. And after letting that color cool down, we've gathered our first layer of clear over top of this. And for those who just joined in, we're going to be creating a relatively small bowl compared to what we've been working on, I want to point out. And so we will gather more clear on top of this, but this is going to remain a smaller amount of glass this time. Eventually, this bubble is going to be brought over to the right side of the hot shop and stuffed inside of a sand mold that they've been working on over here. And this has been filled up with small shards of black and red glass, as well as sprinkled with some extra, I think, white glass. And this is going to give us a little bit of a texture and different color across the surface of the piece. And this is a gray colored piece of glass that we have over on the left bench, or the view up on the screen. Right now it looks as if it's orange, but that's just because of how much heat it's radiating. As soon as it cools down more, you should be able to see more of that gray color. And after gathering layers of clear, sometimes they'll be using these pipe coolers, which Sarah's using right now. This is just a trough of water that they set the pipe into. It's going to cool that pipe down pretty rapidly, allowing them to handle it closer to the glass again. And frequently after gathering layers of clear, you'll see them use this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is the block. This is going to smooth and even out this surface of the glass again, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. We do already have a bubble inside of this glass, even though you can't see it. It's kind of small, but they will be blowing this out a little bit more pretty shortly. And we have moved over to the center bench, which means that we're going to start blowing this out a little bit and working with the glass, shaping it. So what we're most likely going to see is them create a jack line, which is a divot in the glass kind of near the pipe. This is where they break the piece off of the pipe later on. And this is a really important step in the process, just giving us a place to break that piece off. So now you can see Gabe blowing into the end of the pipe just a little bit. And once again, this pipe is kind of like a straw, so the air will just pass through and into that glass, expanding it like a balloon. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and creating that jack line, which I just briefly mentioned earlier. This is a divot near the pipe where we will break this piece off of the pipe later on. And if you're curious, over on the right, looks like our visiting artist Clifford is breaking up a couple of pieces of color bar, which once again is just a solid bar of colored glass. And these are turning into small shards of color that he's going to be using for future bowls like this one. And once again, these shards are just kind of placed into the sand mold so that they're picked up on the outside of the glass bubble when they stuff that bubble into the mold. And just like all of our previous layers of clear, we always let this layer cool down before we gather our next layer of clear. So we're just sitting and letting this cool down a little bit. And then our next layer of clear, this should be our last gather. And once again, after breaking apart these pieces of color bar into shards, these are placed inside of our sand mold, which you can see our visiting artist doing right now. And this, of course, is our glass furnace, so if you haven't seen it already, this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just gathered our next layer of clear. This should be the last layer we need for this specific bubble. And we have also right away gone to a pipe cooler again, once again just cooling this pipe down. And next we are smoothing this layer of glass out using our block, this wooden spoon shaped tool. And these are kept in water to help prevent them from burning a little bit, which is why they look as if they're a little bit shiny. So they're just kept in these buckets of water that are right behind the bench. And before we bring that bubble over to our sand mold and stuff it into that mold, we are lightly heating it up with this fluffy flame. And this is going to make sure that the sand particles on just the very surface actually stick to the glass, which they do want. In this case, they want the glass to have this sort of aged appearance with the sand giving us a visual and physical texture of graininess. And sometimes people ask why we use torches when we have the furnaces, so I just want to point out real quick, we're using this torch to heat up this cold area of the glass, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe. You can see that we physically have a difference in color there. It's a little bit darker. This means that this area of the glass is cold, and we just want to balance it out a little bit before we blow that bubble into our mold. And now right after heating that bubble up, this is brought over to our sand mold and stuffed inside. We should have a pretty good view of this shortly. Now, while they're stuffing this bubble in, our visiting artist is sprinkling a little bit of this white sort of sand over the top, and this is giving us a little bit of texture as well as a little bit of color on the surface of the bubble. And next we are putting this metal door over the bubble. And this is just holding that bubble down as Ben is blowing into the end of the pipe. He has his finger over the end of the pipe to hold some air pressure inside. And this is just helping it forcefully push into the sides of the mold. And it looks like that was long enough. They've let that glass cool down just a little bit. And now you can see we have a lot of excess sand stuck to the surface of the piece. So all they're doing is they're going in with a couple of steel wire brushes and brushing off a lot of that excess sand. And now you can see those shards of colored glass stuck to the surface of the piece as well. Once again, these were placed inside of that sand mold earlier on before they even stuffed this bubble in there. And just making sure that this piece of glass is staying warm. We will always go back into the furnace after working with that glass a little bit. And just to get a little bit more of that excess sand off, Ben is going in with the steel wire brush himself at the center bench. And it's especially important that we're keeping the very bottom of our bubble clean where he's brushing right now. This is where we're going to be attaching a second pipe in just a little bit. This is going to allow us to completely break this piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. And while I have a little bit of time, since we have a couple of new people here and there, I just want to reiterate what we're working on today. So today, once again, we have a visiting artist with us. His name is Clifford Rainey, and he's the one in the white shirt, or actually, I should say skeleton shirt, stands out a little bit. And he has about 50 years of experience as a multimedia sculptor. And could I have his artwork up on the screen to show some of that off, please? All right, so I'll just continue talking about him a little bit. So he is a traveler, and he said that his work references a lot of things that he has seen and experienced during those travels. And as soon as we see that slideshow, you guys should be able to see that correlation a little bit. And this is actually his first residency here at the Museum of Glass. This is the third day of that residency. He'll be here through Sunday, so he has many opportunities to create a wide variety of his own artwork. And just to show off a drawing, this will kind of give you guys an idea of the final product of our piece. So this one specifically is pretty much what we're working on right now. We're making a bowl with these shards of red and black glass at the base of it. And eventually this is going to have a branch resting inside of it, which you can see on this front table right here. And could we have Clifford's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to point out we have Clifford's slideshow going now. So this will show you some of his previous artwork, which I described as multimedia sculptures. A lot of it does include glass. And at the center bench, we've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of our bubble. The second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This is just going to allow us to break the piece off of the pipe that it was created on. And could I have a view of that center bench, please? To break this piece off, we're applying a little bit of water to this connecting point, and then all we have to do is tap the pipe that breaks this piece cleanly off. And now from here, you can see we have access to the other side of the piece because of this. This is where we have an opening into the top of our bowl. So from here, we just heat up the face or the front half of our piece and slowly open this up and flare it out as wide as we need it. And since we've just broken this piece off from its original pipe, this connecting area is pretty cold, or this previous connection area, I should say. So they did have to heat that up for just a little while. And now that this is pretty much molten hot, Ben is able to go in with a pair of shears. He's going to trim off some excess glass just around the opening of the piece. And this is going to get us closer to the final shape, as well as just getting rid of that excess glass. So after trimming that glass off, you can see that we have a much wider opening already. From here, they'll simply heat it up and inside of the piece with a pair of jacks or pachofis, which are basically a wooden pair of blades. And if anyone has any questions, by the way, whether it's about the glass or the glass art or the visiting artist, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, or just grab my attention. I'll come over. So whenever we're working with clear, we will frequently reuse that glass. We just have to throw it back into the furnace and melt it down again, since our furnaces are also all clear. But in this case, we are working with color, and there's some textured sand stuck on the outside of the glass. We have a lot going on with this piece, and so we definitely cannot reuse this glass in particular just because of all of the things coming together. It could taint the rest of our clear glass. And for those who just joined in, right now we're working on a transparent gray bowl, and this has shards of red and black glass connected to the lower half of the bowl. And right now, I haven't been able to point this out yet today, but the red turns black or brown or gray when it's hot in the hot shop. Once it cools down back to room temperature, it becomes that bright red again. So right now it all looks like black shards of glass, but eventually that red will come back. Just wanted to point that out. And next we're going to be doing something that you don't often see in the hot shop. We're going to be drilling a hole into the side of the piece using just a literal drill with a tungsten bit. And this is being done using this super hot handheld torch. They're heating up a small section of glass, and then all they have to do is go through that section with the drill. And this hole is going to be widened a little bit, pretty shortly, widened enough to fit one of these branches inside of that opening. And to widen this opening a little bit, Ben is going back in with that same torch as well as a pair of tweezers. He's just going to go into that opening and twist and widen the tweezers a little bit. That gives them pretty much the size that they need. Sometimes they'll go in with a wooden tool and just make sure that this hole is definitely absolutely wide enough. And next we're going to be heating up just a small section of the lip on the opposite side of that opening. And this is where we're going to be resting one of these branches on the lip itself. And the reason that we're doing this is so that we can physically push one of these metal branches into the lip, and this is going to create an impression of that branch. But first it looks like we're going in with this wooden tool. Once again, just widening that opening a little bit. And this is also given an impression on the lip where that branch is going to be resting. And it looks like they're satisfied with how this piece looks right now. So they're going to get ready to break this piece off and put it away by torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And then just like earlier, all they need to do to break this piece off is apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, which is going to crack the glass in that small section. and then they'll tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. So once again, to break this off, we apply a little bit of water, causing a little bit of thermal shock and cracking. Then we tap the pipe. That breaks this piece cleanly off. We're torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends. And this is being put away inside of the annealer, this large black box over on the left wall. This is going to slowly cool this glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see this piece until tomorrow once it has cooled down properly. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl. Thank you. And I believe we will get started on the next one shortly over on that left bench. And it looks like we're going to be using that same technique where we're going to have those shards of color stuck into the bottom of the bowl. Once again, we are using these sand molds over on the right side of the hot shop. It looks like they're setting the next one up again already. And since we have some new people here and there, could I have Clifford's artwork up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I'll have a slideshow going for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. Our visiting artist artwork, Clifford Rainey's artwork, is up on the screen in the form of a slideshow. And once again, he is a multimedia sculptor. He has about 50 years of experience in that field. And this is his first residency at the Museum of Glass. This started on Wednesday. So this is the third day of the residency. And of course, if anyone has any questions about or for the artist, feel free to grab my attention. So we are getting started right away again. Sarah is creating a small clear bubble on the end of this hollow pipe. And this is how all of our projects start in the hot shop. It's just a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe. And from there, we just kind of have to build upon it, more layers of clear or color, depending on what we're making. So this coloring process that you're going to see today, this is called a color overlay. So we take a piece of solid colored glass, we melt it down and we drop it onto that small clear bubble. And this is going to be spread evenly over top to create a smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So if you see a piece that just has one solid, smooth color across the entire piece, that is most likely how they got this color. And over on the left bench, Gabe is going to be working with that color itself. And just once again, based off of the previous pieces we've been making, I would assume that this one is going to be a transparent gray as well, just kind of continuing that color scheme. And we now have a view of that left bench as they go through that color overlay process. So to roll this color back, you can see that Sarah's been using this metal table in front of the furnace called the marver, just pushing that color back slowly but surely. And eventually we will be gathering more layers of clear over top of this just to kind of build up some mass for the piece. And once again, if I didn't mention to the newcomers as well, this is gray color that has been applied right now. Right now it looks as if it's red just because it's radiating heat and light itself from how hot it is. And speaking of temperatures, just to give a little overview of the hot shop, of course, our clear glass furnaces are the large tanks with the closed doors. You'll see us gather from these many times today, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's probably like up to my hip, a pool of molten glass. And then these other furnaces that we have, these are for reheating only. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer for heating up the glass quickly. And we do have multiple of each of these on. The clear glass furnaces are almost exactly the same. Sometimes we will be charging one with new glass, and then we'll use the other one. That's why we have two. It's really important. And then the open face furnaces, reheating furnaces, we have multiple of those today just to work at multiple benches at the same time. So once again, after we get each of our layers of glass on our piece, we always let that previous layer cool down before gathering our clear layer over top. And this is all the color that we're going to need for the body of this piece. It's a pretty rich, concentrated color, so just this small amount is enough to color an entire large bowl. And because this bowl is a little bit larger, at the center bench, Gabe was just preparing a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of the bowl way later on down the line. And this is going to allow us to get access to the other side of the piece, basically. But he's preparing it a little bit beforehand just because this piece is larger. And so he's going to need multiple layers of clear in this connection. And sometimes when we gather large amounts of clear, we will need to cool the pipe down. And so Sarah's just using a pipe cooler, which is a trough of water, to cool this pipe down a little bit. And each time after gathering a layer of clear, they almost always use this same wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block, which you will see over on the center bench here. So going in with the block, this is going to smooth and round this glass back out, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. We do have a bubble inside of this glass already. You just can't see it underneath the layer of color that we have, as that layer of color is pretty concentrated. And since we've sat down at the center bench with this glass bubble, I believe this means that we'll have only one more layer of clear that we need to gather over top of this, and that should be all the glass we need for this project. So next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and creating the jack line in the glass. This is basically a divot that we have near the pipe where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And this is usually done right before we start shaping the bubble into whatever it needs to be shaped into. In this case, once again, we're turning this into a bowl using these sand molds that we have over on the right side of the hot shop. And these sand molds, because they are sand, they're reforming them each time after they use them into a brand new mold for the next project. This one specifically is going to be more of a medium-sized bowl with these shards of black and red glass stuck into the bottom of the bowl. Kind of like that drawing that I was holding up a little bit ago. So just like before we gather any of our other previous clear layers, we always let this previous layer cool down. So we're just sitting at the center bench, waiting until there's a little bit less movement, a little bit less internal heat, and then eventually we will gather that next layer of clear. And if I didn't describe this to you guys already, I want to talk a little bit about the sand mold here. So usually sand molds are used for casting, which is when you pour a molten metal or a molten glass inside of the mold, just as a couple of examples. But this time we're going to be blowing a bubble into the mold. That's something that we usually do with a wooden or a metal mold. So just kind of using this sand mold in a different way, and it creates these really interesting kind of natural looking shapes with a little bit of rounded edges. So now as you can see, the glass has lost a lot of its color. And so this means that we will be able to gather that next layer of clear. So the only significant difference to note when it comes to the furnaces is the glass furnace, which we just gathered from right now, which stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And these open phase furnaces are adjustable. We usually keep them between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So yes, the only difference is this one is used for reheating. And then the glass furnace obviously is holding a large amount of molten glass, which we use to build upon our glass and kind of just build up some mass for the piece. And right here you can see we have a lot of glass and heat at the very bottom of our bubble. So eventually you'll see them start to heat up the cold area of the glass using one of these large fluffy flames, which is why we have this lit right now. So these torches are helpful because it allows us to heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. This can balance heat out, as I was just mentioning, or it can be used to focus heat to just one area and work on only one part of our project. And this pad here, this is actually just some folded up newspaper that we're using. And this is usually splashed or soaked with water as well, just to prevent some of that heat from burning up the paper so fast. And this is going to basically guide which way the bubble is blowing out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And this is usually where the glass starts to get a lot larger. This is where we do a lot of the blowing. And now this is where we start using our torch to heat up the back end, or kind of the shoulder of the glass where it's cold. And you can physically see the difference where we have lost a little bit of color in that area. And that's not even the hottest torch we use. Later on, you'll be seeing us use a smaller handheld torch. And this is heating up a really small section of glass, but it's really, really quickly, allowing for some smaller details in our glass art. And after heating this up lightly one more time, this is brought over to our sand mold and then dropped into the bottom of the mold. And right now they're sprinkling some excess sand over the top of the bubble. And this is just making sure that this same texture follows all the way around the entire piece, because this sand will stick to the surface of our glass. And from here, Ben has blown just a little bit of air into the pipe, and then he's holding his finger on the end of the pipe, just making sure that pressure is staying inside of the glass. Because this pipe is like a straw, air can actually come back out if we apply pressure to the piece. And them holding these metal doors on top of the bubble is just forcefully pushing that glass into the rest of the mold, making sure it really takes on that shape that we have. And coming out of the mold, you can see we have a lot of excess sand stuck to the outside of the bubble. So all they're doing is they're going in with a couple of steel wire brushes and trying to get rid of some of that excess sand. We do still want the texture of that sand on the surface of our bowl, so they do leave some of it on, but we do get rid of the majority of it. And now you can see all of those shards of glass that were stuck into the side of our sand mold, which I probably mentioned to some of you guys earlier. These are just going to give us some red and black spikes or bumps on the outside of our piece. And just for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, I do want to walk around with the reference photo once again for what we're working on. So once again, this is what we're currently working on, is this bowl with the black and red shards of glass. And we will eventually be using these branches we have on this front table as well, kind of resting inside of the bowl. And we have immediately come back to our furnace at the center bench. As you saw, these little shards of glass do pop off relatively easy, so we're just making sure that those are fully stuck to the side of the piece by going back into the furnace and heating them up lightly. Now from here, the lower half of our piece is pretty much done. They probably won't alter it very much more from here, but eventually we need to alter the top of our bowl, which you can see we still just have a bubble right now. And so to do that, eventually we'll attach a second pipe to the bottom of our piece and then completely break this piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. So you can actually set glass aside and heat it up very slowly, cool it down very slowly, pretty much as many times as you need or want to. And therefore you can have super large multi-day projects. There are physical size limitations when it comes to attaching things hot. In the hot shop, you can't have anything larger than you could fit inside of the furnace because we do need to heat the glass up again. And this piece specifically, it has a little bit of thicker glass, and as you can see, we have these shards of glass which are slightly weak connections, so it wouldn't be ideal to cool this down and heat it back up again in this case, but that is something you can do in general. So this is that torch that I briefly mentioned earlier that we would be using, this super small focused flame. And this torch is really hot. I was told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it will heat up just a small section of glass at a time, allowing us some smaller, finer detail. In this case, we're just heating up the very bottom of our bowl because we want that area of the glass to be smooth and flush, where we will attach our second pipe. And speaking of that second pipe, Gabe is finishing off that clear connection on the end of it that is going to be attached to the bottom of our piece. And something else I want to point out that you guys have probably already noticed is that these shards on the bottom of the glass look as if they're all black, but I did mention that they are black and red. So something weird is that certain colors will look completely different in the hot shop when we're working with them. And in the case of red, it appears as if it's black or kind of brown or gray colored when we're working with it. But as soon as it comes back down to room temperature, it becomes that bright red again. So next we've brought over that second pipe, which is called the puntee. The purpose of the puntee is basically just to get access to the other side of the piece. So once this connection is secure, they will go ahead and break this piece off of the pipe that it was created on by applying a little bit of water, which is going to crack this connecting point right in that divot that we have where the pipe is kind of meeting the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. And as you can see, this is basically just flip the orientation of our piece. So now we have access to the top side of our bowl. We can start to open this side up a little bit and flare it out as wide as we need to. And it looks like they need to build up just a little bit more heat around the opening of the piece. So once again, going in with that focused flame and heating up just the area they want to work on. And based off the last pieces I've seen, we will be trimming off a lot of this glass around the opening of the piece. And this is going to leave us with a more flared out look already. And now as you can see, the opening of this piece is much hotter to the point of it kind of folding in on itself as they turn. And something special I want to point out about that is I'm sure some of you guys have seen or heard of wavy bowls where they have this sort of wave going around the opening of the piece. And this is kind of how they do that. They heat up the piece quite a bit around the opening, and then they actually flare it out by spinning really fast. And then they hang it down to create these waves. And we were seeing just a little bit of that happening inadvertently at the center bench. And now they are trimming off all of that excess glass. As you can see, this is leaving them with a much larger opening, and it already looks as if it's been flared out a little bit just from cutting that glass off. And from here, if they want it a little bit wider, they'll go in with a couple of blades and just start to lift the walls of the bowl. And if they're happy with how wide this is, then they will move on to creating a hole in the side of the bowl. So something that you might not be able to see very well in that drawing or image is that we have a hole in the side of the bowl that allows us to fit one of these branches inside of it. And you'll see how we do that in a little bit. Something you don't see very often in the hot shop. So just to fix up the shape of this bowl a little bit, they're spinning it pretty rapidly, which is creating centrifugal force, this outward pulling force, pulling the walls outward. But at the same time, we are pushing on the outside of the bowl with a wooden paddle. And this is just making sure that the outside of the bowl is smooth and a little bit rounded off. And now you'll see how we get the hole or the opening in the side of our bowl. So we're going in with that hot handheld torch again. And we're going in with a literal drill. And we're just going to drill an opening into the side of this bowl using that heat in this tungsten bit. And this is starting off as a pretty small opening. From here, he's going to go in and heat this up again and again and slowly widen it until it's large enough to fit one of these branches inside. And to widen this, Ben is just going in with a pair of tweezers and twisting and opening these two blades at the same time. Now, sometimes you'll see the artist torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And I want to point out this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And so it is naturally the coldest area of our glass. We want to make sure nothing drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we can and will get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So in the hot shop, we always want to keep our glass at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we do risk that thermal shock. And because of that, we do have a slow cooling process called annealing using these large boxes on either side of our hot shop walls. Now this wooden stick is inserted, and this is being pressed against the opening or the rim of the bowl. You can see this has left an impression or an indent on the lip, and this is where one of these branches is going to be resting. So this is something we've been doing throughout this residency, except previously we were actually taking the branches themselves and pressing them into the lip to get like an exact shape. But this time we're using this large wooden rod. And from there, if they're happy with the shape of this bowl, they will just leave it as is, making sure it's staying warm while they prepare to break it off and put it away. And to put this piece away, just like earlier, we're going to apply a little bit of water to this connecting point, which is going to crack and break just this small area. And then this allows them to tap the pipe, break that piece off, and this is going into the annealer. So once again, to break this piece off, we're applying a little bit of water to the end of the pipe. And this is going to be broken off into these pair of Kevlar gloves, allowing the artist to physically walk this over to the annealer to be put away. We torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain, by the way. And now this piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that last bowl there. So we're not going to see that bowl again until tomorrow once it's come out of the annealer. And I believe that this is lunch now. So if anyone has any final questions, please feel free to ask away. If not, then we'll be back in around an hour from now. We'll have the official time posted on the screen so you can feel free to check in. And thank you for stopping by.
Mic check. Can I get a mic check? Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Hi, you guys. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for today. We do have a visiting artist with us. This is Clifford. He is going to be working on a special piece that we actually have a drawing of right over here. So we're going to be using this skull to then mount onto a pretty big bowl. So right now we're pretty much just getting set up, getting the footing going. But I'm here if you have any questions. I'll be walking you through the process, what's happening, keeping you updated on all the good stuff that they're doing up here. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how it turns out. We also have a little small replica that he made. So this is kind of his idea. So what he's going for is this really deep blue on the inside of the bowl. I think it's going to be really cool. The outside's going to be textured, kind of going to look like the hide of what animal it would be. And then the little shapes and whatnot, that'll be done after the piece is finished, actually. It'll be a later step once the piece is cool and all that has been done. So today we're just making a really big bowl, which is going to be super awesome to watch. I believe right now we're just getting started on the basics at our 2 glory holes over here. So if anything changes, I'll keep you guys updated.
It's basically a cobalt blue. Okay. Just going to try to put that in the center.
Gotcha. Yeah. Is he doing a similar thing over there?
Yeah, I think they're trying to get a really heavy duty encasement inside.
So it's gonna be pretty thick.
Yeah, I want them to look like casting.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
that's the whole idea. This morning we were doing these bronze branches.
Yeah, these are cool.
And we needed the thickness to hold the weight.
Yeah, right. Alrighty, so you can see Sarah here in the middle just went ahead and gathered from the furnace. This is where the artists get the hot molten glass from. So the glass being held in there is at about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it actually holds about 1,000 pounds of glass in this big pot. That furnace never turns off. It's on at all times. Cooling the glass every night would be too much of a risk. So it's constantly kept hot. She's going to keep gathering from it. She's building up more mass of the glass onto the blow pipe. Blow pipe is used so that they're able to then blow a bubble in it and make some sort of vessel. A key component is then taking it over to the steel tables and shaping it. So rolling the glass, getting it to a perfect shape so that they're able to blow this bubble into it and get that very rounded bowl shape that we're going for. Yeah, it's huge. Alrighty, and there goes Sarah. She's starting the bubble in there. If you look close enough, you can actually see it starting to grow. So now you can see inside of there, there's complete empty space that she created with air. So now it's just going to be the task of shaping it more, getting it to the size that we want. So this can be a pretty tedious process of going back and forth from the glory hole, heating it up, back to the bench, shaping it again. There's probably going to be a moment where more glass will have to be collected. So alrighty, so now it looks like Gabe is going to take this hot glass and lay it over the top of the bubble that Sarah previously made. So right now we can't necessarily see what color it is, but I was told it's supposed to be a very deep cobalt blue. The heat does change the color, but once it's fully cooled, we'll be able to see that really intense blue. But they just did an overlay on the glass that was clear. So now we have two layers. We have a clear layer of glass and then a colored layer over top. So you guys will see in this middle bench here, Gabe is using actually a pile of wet newspapers. That's one of the techniques that glass blowers use to shape glass is actually a stack of wet newspapers. It's really effective. It doesn't hurt. I know it looks a little bit crazy to have your hand that close to hot glass, but it's actually one of the best ways to really get that full rounded shape that you're looking for is just getting in there as close as possible. What's up? Yeah, I'm trying to talk to everybody. No, yeah. That is hilarious. Now when you go to say, you're going to giggle. I'm going to look up and be trying not to laugh. Thank you for telling me. I'll have to maybe say something and see if there's a way to. Maybe not. Maybe not. Just not in that context, but. No, of course not. But it thinks it does, yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, and those subtitles are a little bit newer too. Like recently. Yeah, it is. It is much better. If I ever get in your view, let me know. Hello, welcome in folks who just got here. Just so you know, we have a visiting artist with us today, Clifford Rainey. He is working on a very special and very exciting piece. So right now we're getting just started on this very big bowl that he's going to be mounting this skull onto. He has a drawing over here and everything. And then the inside of the bowl is going to be a really deep cobalt blue. And the outside is going to mimic the hide that would be on the animal. So we're super excited to get going. We have a little bit of the starting over here, but we're going to keep moving along. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you. So you guys can see now that that glass has really cooled down, we can really see that deep blue color that it's gonna have once it's a finished piece. But as soon as they stick it back in that glory hole to warm up, it's gonna be back to a really bright orangey yellowish color. So the color of things can get really deceitful as you heat up the glass. So one moment it's gonna look blue, almost black, and then the next it'll look like violet pink. So yeah, here they go, grabbing some more clear glass on top of that. And so we can see Sarah is continuing to get this very round shape on the glass. She's using a wooden tool. It's called a block, actually. And so it just goes into the water, onto the glass, and the steam creates a barrier between the hot glass and the wood so that we're not necessarily burning the wood at all. And she's able to use this to continue growing that very rounded shape. Again, it's very repetitive, going back and forth, going from the heater back to the bench. And once she gets a better shape and once we're where we want to be, they will continue to blow that bubble that is still inside of the glass. Alrighty, and so once again, we gathered some more glass back on top of this. I believe we've gotten to a total of 4 layers of glass, 3 of them being clear, 1 of them being colored, kind of sandwiched in the middle of all that. And once again, we still have that bubble in there, so there is a dead space of air inside of this that currently we can't see, but as the whole thing starts to grow, that'll be because of that bubble that Sarah blew into it really early on at the beginning of the piece. Once again, we're using the block, and now we're getting some supporting hands in there. But it truly, this has grown quite a lot over the last few, like 10, 15 minutes. Alrighty, so what just happened is they went ahead and they gathered out of the furnace once again, but this time it was a strip gather, so they didn't want all of that heavy glass on there. It's already a really big piece, so they basically dip it in, and then when they pull it out, they let the excess come off of the glass. So it's just like a lighter coating so that we're not, again, like increasing that weight. Like it is becoming a really big hunk of glass and it must be really heavy to lift, so saving any of that use of glass that they possibly can is really important now. But we're just going to continue to shape it. We're using newspapers, we're using the wooden planks. They use the wooden planks as actually a protection, so they're protecting each other's arms from the heat of it, as one of the gaffers goes in and uses the newspapers to continue growing that really rounded, almost like balloon shape. And you can see now that the piece is this big, they're actually having to open up one more door on the heater for it, the glory hole. And so as they continue to heat it up, they're going to just go back and forth, shaping it, getting it to the right size that they need so that they can start blowing it up even more. So if we take a closer look at this, you can actually see the division line where the color starts and where the clear glass starts. It's really interesting that you can see that whole mound of different colored glass inside. So we kind of have this very thick layer over that color now, but when they go to blow it up and create this bowl, the blue will be on the inside of the bowl, while the clear is on the outside. So at some point, they'll continue to blow it bigger until they transfer it to a new pipe. I'll let you guys know when that's about to happen, because it might take a little bit of continuing to just grow this shape, get it perfectly rounded, and then flattening the bottom so it has a place to sit on a table. What's up? The planks? That's a good question. So the planks are for protection. This is a really hot piece of glass now, and it's really big. So stretching your arm all the way around that can be pretty dangerous. So we do have the other gaffers come around and use the wooden planks to protect the arm of the person that's on the bench. Without it, you'd be in a lot of pain. I can tell you from experience, it's not fun being on the other end of that hot glass. Alrighty, can you believe it? They are going to once again dip that full piece of glass into the furnace. So he's rolling it in there to make sure it's fully coated evenly, going to pull it out and let it drip all of that excess off. It's really intense. And since the piece is already so big, he's going to let it drip for as long as possible, just so that the layer that we're adding on is not too thick. Adding any more weight to this is going to make it really difficult to get it to and from the glory hole to be heated up. Alrighty, and so now he's taking it over here. This is some water to cool off the pipe after dipping it into the furnace, which is again about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The whole pipe will become extremely hot. He can't necessarily grab where he needs to anymore to get the right leverage to pick it up. So just cooling it down with the water, bringing it back over. Alrighty, so you can see that the texture of the glass now looks a little bit different. It's not that very smooth, clear that we're used to it being, and that's because we've actually dipped it into a powder color. So he went ahead and covered the whole surface of it in what I assume is going to be more of a brown tone. So that's going to what's like mimicking the hide of an animal. So they dipped it in there, heating it up so that the colored powder then becomes incorporated with the actual glass. Just because it's not melted in its state, heating it up allows it to melt and coat the whole thing. When he pulls it out, we'll see that the texture is no longer that kind of like flocked looking. It'll actually be that very smooth, what we're used to. But while we're talking about different types of ways to color glass, can we go ahead and see the frit pictures? Alrighty, so this is what we call frit. This is more of a chunky type of way to color glass. So rolling the hot glass into this will cause it to have a color. You can see that you can get it really opaque on there, but there's still a variation. I like to think of it as kind of like glitter, like you cover something in glitter and then it changes it completely, and it's very that like fine kind of texture, and if you spill it, it gets everywhere and it's hard to clean up. And then do we have a picture of powder for us, colored powder? Yeah, there we go. So you can see this is very different type of texture than the frit, which is usually used. They're actually having to use a technique where they kind of dust it on there. So they're over there dusting it onto the surface of the glass. It's super fine, and it actually creates a really like solid type of coloring on the whole thing. But it does kind of make it look like it's dusty, like it's covered in something that has kind of changed the whole look of it. It looks almost matte now. And as Gabe rotates this piece in the glory hole, you can really see the amount of work he's having to put into just turning it, keeping it moving. The moment that that piece of glass stops moving and is not like constantly being rotated is the moment that it starts to fall over. So keeping it continuously rotating is extremely important right now. They're going to continue to shape it, and in a moment here, we're going to start seeing Sarah blow into it and creating a even bigger bubble in there. This is one of my most favorite parts for sure. And then using this really big blowtorch just to heat up the bottom part of the piece. So as the piece goes into the glory hole, we're only really warming up the top and the sides. We have to remember that what is securing it onto that pipe is really, really important. So keeping that heated up is essential to making sure that the piece doesn't crack at all, doesn't fall off in any way. So they're just going to continue going back and forth, growing the shape of this piece. Oh my gosh. Alrighty, so now we have a tool called jacks getting involved. So the jacks are what they're going to use to create an indentation where they will eventually break off the piece. So this is really essential because this is going to be the mouth of the bowl. Where they're pinching right there is where it's going to break off, and then they're going to be able to open it up to create that full bowl. But truly, it's really amazing to see them all work as a cohesive team. That's really essential to glass blowing. Without the teamwork, it just isn't the same. It's very difficult, especially with these very large pieces that are just so heavy and difficult to move around. Let me come up to you. Yes, so actually, most of the people here are employees. So the gentleman in the long sleeve shirt that's handling it right now, he works here. That's Benjamin. We have the the guy in the yellow sleeve. That's Gabe. He works here full time. And then Sarah, who's actually sitting down at the bench, she's here full time. Our little camera crew.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that awesome? Alrighty, so we can really see this shape is coming together now. We have this really rounded shape. The bottom is starting to get a little bit flattened so that it has a place to sit. And they're just continuing to grow that bubble. Again, it's a lot of heating up, coming back, blowing into it. Oh, it's too cold. Let's go back, heat it up again. And that'll be the process up until they're all satisfied with how it's looking and how it'll turn out once they knock it off of this pipe. And once again, if there are any questions at all, I am here to answer them. I love to hear what people have to ask about glass blowing, and for the most part, I have all the knowledge you could need. So if you have any question, you can shoot your hand up in the air, and I'll try and be over as quick as possible. Alrighty, so here comes Gabe with our punty. This is the item that they use to then move the piece from one pipe to another. So the pipe that he has it on now is not a blow pipe. This is a solid metal pipe. So no more air will be going into the piece now. We have all the air in it that we need. Basically what's gonna happen is they're just exchanging it from one pipe to the next. We're gonna watch them make sure there's a tight connection so that nothing breaks off. Alrighty, so now we're taking some tweezers with a little bit of water. This little bit of water puts tiny little spider web cracks into it so that they're able to just knock it right off. Now we're on to the next pipe. So once we come back around, you'll be able to see that there's a hole all the way into the inside of this piece. And that's how they're going to then expand the edges and make it into that really, really rounded bowl shape. Alrighty, so this process is pretty tedious as well. He's sticking those tweezers inside and just basically applying pressure to try and get it to slowly open. So it'll be going back and forth trying to heat up that lip of the bowl so that eventually it can continue to grow and grow and grow in size. Alrighty, so now that we've gathered enough heat on that, you can see it's really gotten pretty orange in color. They're going to make sure that they're shaping correctly, getting all the bits and pieces in there. It has truly become a hands-on thing that they have to do. Really getting in there. So all the steps that we're watching right now are really important so that we're able to open the bowl in a way that then stays even. So he's taking this tool that allows him to blow air back into it so it's not caving in on itself. And then with the newspapers earlier, he was kind of pushing it flat so that when they do go in there to start stretching out that hole, there's no sort of like kind of like wonky shape that gets to it or any type of like asymmetric, like you want it to stay very precise and clean. So that's why they take those extra precautions to make sure they're flattening the piece, keeping enough air in it so it doesn't collapse on itself. All right, so this is really exciting. We're starting to be able to see that hole is growing really, really quickly. We can see that now it's starting to get that shape that we're looking for. The mouth of the bowl has opened up a lot, but being mindful that they're trying to make sure that the shape doesn't get out of whack or nothing gets spun out. And now that it's starting to cool down a little bit, we can actually start to see that color on the center where our cobalt blue is going to be. Right now it looks very like purpley, but once it's fully cooled, that will be a very deep, true blue. All right, so they're going in there, continuing with the jacks, that metal tool that he's using, and continuing to shape it, continuing to open up that hole so that it's exactly how they want it to be. Again, like very rounded, trying to make sure that there's equal amount of pressure being applied to the outside and the inside. But the window to work on the glass is very limited. The consistent going back and forth is it's happening a lot. They can't keep that heat for very long, so when they get it out of the glory hole and onto the bench, they have to use their time very wisely before they run out of that heat. All right, bring it over our skull so that we can make sure it's going to be a good fit. And now that we put that up next to it, it really shows how big this bowl has gotten. And to think it all started with just a small bubble, and now we're here. Perfect. So what they just did was created the indentation where the skull will actually rest in the bowl. It gives it more of stability when it does finish so that they're able to just pop it right into its indented place. So it's really cool because now you can see on the bowl where like the antlers are gonna rest and where the horns are, and then the actual like point of the skull. And once again, they're using those torches to make sure that that connector point of the bowl to the pipe is staying warm. Because if it does cool down too much, it'll cause cracking. It could cause the whole thing to come off. So making sure that they're keeping it nice and warm, keeping that heat on it, because when they're putting it in this glory hole, unfortunately, most of the heat is now hitting just that center, the top of the bowl. It's no longer getting past it just because of the size of it. So when it's coming out, you can see the rim of red. That's because most of the heat is hitting there and not necessarily what's behind it anymore. So taking the torches, heating it up, making sure that there's no cracking, that there's no chance it's going to fall off. Alrighty, so we're getting ready for the piece to come off now. They're basically just prepping the connection point where the pipe connected to the bowl. They're trying to make a spot where they're able to break it off with just a simple tap. We're gonna have someone else come in that's gonna be fully suited so that they don't get hurt in any way. And that will be the individual that then carries it to an annealer. The annealer is basically like a big oven where the glass sits to cool down over a long period of time. If the glass cools too quickly, it will shatter completely and almost explode. So we have to put it in this special box where it cools down over a long period of time. The bigger the piece is, the longer it can take. So we might not be getting this piece out of there for at least 2 days. Alrighty, and they're gonna go ahead and get it going. Oh yeah, round of applause, that's amazing. And confirm it gets in there safely. It does, okay. It is completed and it is now put away to cool down. That was awesome work. Can we get one more round of applause for them? That was incredible.